Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Session 28. Last we left off the Lucky Sevens, the party of adventurers from everywhere in the world, found themselves at a gala. After some visiting with some of the nobility, participating in some dances, after snooping their way around the Kombe Palace, all 5 of the Lucky Sevens found themselves in the basement of the palace, in a secret room. A secret room filled with all sorts of corpses. Some long old and some fairly fresh. Decay and death filling the entire room, and once they got there, they realized that behind them was Lord Kaiji himself. After a grueling match of wits and magic and prowess, the Lord was slain. And what they found on him was a book. A book that had a very evil and ill nature about it. A book that Lagon wants nothing to do with. That Kinwin wants nothing to do with. The entire party feels should be destroyed. But before they could resolve that matter, General Sarix came down, saw what they had done, and after the party confessed, arrested them to face trial. And after a long rest, that is where we begin. The party has been escorted by guards in shackles to the courtroom, the throne room of the Palace of Kombe, where right now a person they've not met personally before sits. General Sarix has arranged for seating in the palace for those who are the Lucky Sevens, and on the opposite side of the room is a number of people whom they have met before, one of which being Lord Hiro, Miss LaVista, and Imbrel Stormcrow, among a couple of others. General Sarix presents you before the king, who he addresses as the king, as King Rojas of Argil. Ruler of the country in which you all are residing now. And so, after a bit of introductions, a bit of laying out the terms of this particular proceeding, given that this is a very small audience that you are presenting yourself before, given such short notice, and you might assume that perhaps it's to keep it a little quiet, as we don't want the people to panic that the Lord has been slain. But someone must face justice for this. And so, after the presentations, the king looks to you all, his fingers kind of steepled in front of him as he rests his elbows on the seat, the arms rests of the throne. The lady Rojas, by his side. Both of them elderly, elvish in descent. The sort of age on their face pronounced quite heavily on their face with wrinkles. He simply says, "State your case."
I'm Kenwin Silverwood, Jude of the Sherfall clan. I serve nature and life. Death has its place in this world, in the cycle of life. But the goddess of death makes a mockery of that. The people who worship her raise the undead. And we found amongst the belongings of Lord Kaiji, a book that would allow him to raise the undead.
Show me this book.
It is in our bag of holding that you have confiscated.
And he calls for the belongings from you all to be drawn up, and he brings up the bag and goes fishing into the bag of holding. And one after another pulls out several books. Because there were several books in the loot that that Kurobe had actually picked up. You know, just kind of
They're just like, it's the one with the face.
The one with the face. But ultimately, there's this large sort of leather tome with vellum sheets, vellum pages on the inside. And he looks at it, and the symbol of the one eye socket skull on the front. You believe this to be a tome from the Raven Queen?
We do, yes. We attempted to burn it, and not a mark was left.
And he goes to open it. And then shuts it quickly. This was in the possession of Lord Kaiji.
Indeed. And the room in which we fought and killed him also contained an altar with that same symbol.
Indeed.
If you do not believe our words, then take his own, and I'll look to General Sarek.
His own words. General Sarek says to you, Kurobe.
Yes, the recording.
At this point, Rune will stand to procession. He will stand up and hold his hand, raising it. If I might, I would like to state my case as well.
Proceed, says the king.
Rune nods. Thank you, sir. He opens up his chest and places the small phonographic device on it to the counter before him. Whirring the mechanisms and adjusting it, it begins playing the audio recording of Lord Kaiji's monologue.
Oh, my apologies. I thought that we gave that to the general.
I guess he gave it back. It's fine. We're moving on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either
we're
way it's presented.
Yeah.
Yep.
My bad.
In this particular instance, it seems as if General Serex is presenting the prosecution versus you all, as is his duty.
Okay.
He is not defending you all.
What we would like to state as the nature of the circumstance is that when we entered this city, we were immediately besieged by undead.
As has been plaguing this region for the last 50 years. Off and
Of course. However, such things as undead rising again is not a natural occurrence. Not in any other parts of the world. As travelers, we've identified this. There is very little history on that, aside from very stringent cases. So as a company, us, the Lucky Sevens, chose to investigate. He turns to, he turns to General Serex. We made contact with General Serex to investigate the circumstances further, receiving his agreement, his blessing to continue with any further investigations and to be reporting in on such findings. As we delve deeper, we've come across several witnesses. One was Father Masterson, a local within the city, who could corroborate much of the details of these encounters with the undead, the raising of which, as well as our efforts to uncover a plot. The larger plot ultimately being that the undead were not raised as a result of any natural means, as stated before, but by a cultist group. This group worshipped gods of death, deities, represented by a skull with only one eye, the other portion of the skull cracked. While the cultists seem to be extremists, and rather small minority of extremists, their practices proved to be fatal, as localities, poor or not, had slowly been attacked, and it was clear to us that this was a moving issue. The second witness that we came across and had encountered ultimately was And Coffee, bear with me. I forgot the cat dude's name.
I forgot his name too. It's been so long.
Oh God.
Uh, Darren, I think it was.
Aaron.
Yes. Because we were making jokes about his name at one point too. So that's the only reason I remember.
Was a tabaxi known as Darren, who was found upon the college. Darren had been working with this cultist group and collaborating in messages between the leadership and the members who produced the occultist activities and brought the dead to life. As you can tell from the monologue, as presented in the phonograph and recording, this corroborates the idea that Lord Kaiji's plan was to build an undead army that would continue a labor task force. The third witness I would like to state is in regards to a personal assault case. My abduction and capture by this cultist group. The third witness is Miss Lavista, who had intended to come and purchase me by the behest of Lord Kaiji as an act to run interference with our party's investigations. The fourth I would like to cooperate for that is Limbrel.
Indeed. And Serix kind of speaks up, and might I remind the king that one of these witnesses is already perished as a result of their snooping around.
It is believed it was a directed attack. We are not sure if it is by Lord Kaiji's specific orders, though it is suspected by nature of how the city is ran, considering that both guard and cult was ran by Lord Kaiji.
Is there anything else you would like to add to your case? The king says.
Rune looks to the other, rest of the group. Yes. For each of us who have experienced these circumstances, I would like the opportunity for each individual to state their case. In addition to that, I would like witnesses to be questioned.
You have brought up some interesting points for a machine.
This is no mere machine. This is our friend and ally. He has fought with us against these things from the moment we stepped off the boat and started traveling here. He's no mere machine. The god we are facing is not the Raven Queen, but the old god of death. That is his symbol. The statue that I destroyed was also his symbol.
Old god.
If you need to find evidence, look to the guards among you that were serving with these necromancers attempting to raise the dead, whom we captured and turned over to you, to your guards. Where he is and what has happened to him since is not known, but 2 of your guards were with them and protecting them. And as soon as I stepped out and started making attacks against them, they ran away.
Is this true, General Sarix? The king looks over to the general. They did turn over a witness, yes, my lord. And upon questioning, he had no further information to glean, and thus served his penance, according to law.
My king, the book you hold was in possession of Lord Kaichi. At the time it was taken from him, he was in the middle of attempting to raise the dead again. In the chambers beneath the castle where he was slain. Because he was attempting to raise the dead, we had to fight him to the death. I was not trying to kill him. I was trying to incapacitate him to make him stand trial for these events that have been occurring in your town for generations, as we were told. In our travels and in our investigation, we went to another town where we have then found the same people from Kombe attempting to do the same thing there.
You see that Lord Hero stands up. It is true, my king, that these individuals have put to rest the goings-on of undeath in my own city of Whiteridge, and have even gone so far as to help and aid in the growing season of crops. And might I say that if they hadn't, all of us would be facing a famine. Your testimony is considered, Lord Hero. And Lord Hero sits down as the king is speaking to him. Something must be done to ensure that this city does not fall to pieces, the king says. Without a lord, I am afraid that these people will go unnurtured. General Sarix. And Sarix kind of stands at attention. Until another lord can be appointed to this city, this province, you will stand as her guard. He bows before the king. Yes, my king. You will serve as steward until another lord can be appointed. But the death of a lord must have some consequences. While you may have done a good and righteous act by the will of your own gods, you have still committed murder.
I would say
may.
it was self-defense.
He did attack us first, technically.
But there is no one to corroborate that aside from your own testimony.
That is true.
He killed his own guards and then brought them back. Those who could testify on our behalf are amongst the dead. No one else was there save us. And as it started, it was just me and Vanya. Lord Kaiji came in after, accompanied by the rest of our kin, who are here on trial with us.
And what were you doing in a room locked away?
We were
Say-
investigating the charges that we had been brought before us in finding out and rooting out the source of the necromancy that has been plaguing this province, as you say,
If
my
I may.
king.
Mr. Watanabe,
I am not unknown in this province. And I will look to General Serix. What was my mission that I was given?
what time are you referring to? You've served this crown for many decades, Mr. Watanabe, Sarek says to you.
I am talking about something that you personally asked me to do.
Are you attempting to have me come to your defense even though I am your prosecutor as of right now?
I am not asking you to come to my defense. I am asking you to state fact, as we are supposed to in a court of law. What was I charged with? What did you ask me to do?
To investigate.
To investigate and stop the heinous things that were coming. You know exactly why we were in such a room. I informed you of this the night that had happened. We went to look for evidence against Lord Kaiji to bring to you. In our searches, Lord Kaiji showed up with Rune as a hostage. I was impersonating a guard, searching the manor, finding all of this paperwork. I did not go through it. I figured it would be safer to do at our leisure.
And yet I find the vault has been looted. I find treasures missing. And I
Yes.
find my lord dead.
That is not missing.
Where is the
I'll-
treasure? It seems that books from that treasury have been found in your bag.
As
My
I
lord
said, it is
King
not
just
missing.
pulled them out.
As I said, it is not missing. Another form of attack is hampering someone's mean. This was to be turned over. And if I may,
If you may what?
I am making a gesture to be able to get up and go to the bag of holding.
You are permitted. There are guards around who bring the bag to you.
And I will go about bringing out everything except for our stuff. Because I imagine there's like chests of gold and
There's gold and gems and books of all kinds in there.
Yeah. I will bring out everything that is not ours. This was to be turned over into someone that was worthy of its stewardship. And I'll look to General Sears. We did not seek to kill this man outright. We seek to hamper his ability to cause problems while we were trying to uncover his plot. But he escalated things in that room and tried to kill us. It was a fight for our lives. As you know, I have served this land most of my life and would never do anything to betray it. I have family here. I have all my friends here. And I have laid my life on the line more than once.
And I'm here to represent the people of this city who cannot be here because of the needed secrecy. They would see a thief and a murderer in front of them.
And who have you asked to... You say you represent the people. And yet, at the same time, you are a lone jury. Fair trial should be determined by the people.
You would have me announce to the entire city that their lord is dead and we are leaderless.
We have a steward.
We are not leaderless. This was just...
You claim us murderers for defending ourselves. How can you claim such things, knowing the path you set us on, that in rooting this out, we are attacked by your lord, and in defense of ourselves, yes, he was slain. That is not murder, it is self-defense. I am a man of faith, and I am a man of my word.
In either case, none of this would be public.
Public or not. You claim we murdered him.
As
We
I
did not
must.
murder him. We did not murder him. And no, you know the facts of the case. You know this to be self-defense, not murder. We did not set out to slay him. We were set on this course to root out the cause and to remove the cause that is causing these undead to curse your land, that has spread not only from Combe but to White Ridge by Combe hands.
The king speaks up. That is enough. I have heard both sides. Self-defense or not, consequences will not be public. But must be imposed.
My king,
This is not just...
if I might make the request.
Yes.
I believe it is due fair trial. That there are consequences to all actions. This is an absolute.
Yes.
But I believe that the nature of investigations should be brought forward with witnesses. And we have not received the opportunity for our witnesses to be brought forward. Until that has been accomplished, and further representation by those who we have cooperated with, have known and interacted with, and been supported by, I request an extension on this trial, and in return, I will serve the sentence.
That will not be necessary. You will serve you will serve the community to the best of your ability for 1 month.
I would be honored.
If there are continued threats for this, then you will arrest them. I will not have any more deaths as a result of this.
We will be your sword and your people's shield, my king.
But know that any ill word of your actions will be taken into consideration in the future. If it is indeed self-defense and the account that you have presented as far as Kaiji's own testimony, Lord Hero has vouched for you in your goodwill towards the country of Argyll. Then I, as the representative of the people of this country, would see that you continue to serve this country.
I consider this acceptable arrangement.
You are not to leave the city during that time. Is that understood?
You wish.
Understood
you
very
wish.
well.
Then I will consider this matter done. And the king stands from the throne and goes to leave the room. The queen goes along with him. Leaving the rest in the room.
Okay. Rune will make a point to do a proper bow as he leaves, and only decides to bring himself back up once the king has left. He turns to the rest of the party. We are, as of right now, considered to be on probation.
Lucky that. Thankfully.
Kurobe. I know this is not the most ideal circumstances, and you feared to be chained. But you were not alone. And we will make sure that full emancipation shall be achieved in our efforts. And Rune will come up to him and put his hand on Kurobe's shoulder. You are my ally. I want to ensure that you are supported.
While I don't want to be chained, bars, angers, this was not just. Platinum Dragon. His teaching isn't very. This, we were pets. Targets of convenience. We were told to do this. We were encouraged to do this.
But our punishment is helping. From my point of view, that's not much of a punishment at all.
We are charged to stay here for a month. We cannot leave the city. Our
And
help sometimes requires that we leave the city to fight the things that are coming against these people. How are we to continue this if we cannot leave the city?
I'm sure there are ways for that.
And you see that General Serex is actually walking up towards you all.
Am I chained up right now?
No. In
I'm just
fact,
gonna get
upon
up and-
entering the room, your shackles had been removed.
Okay, I'm just going to stand and look at him.
General, I understand that it was necessary for you to do your due diligence. I hope that we can continue a sense of camaraderie for any necessary work to be done in the future. We are bound to this city. Our primary concern is to ensure that the people are safe, and that we serve them as appointed by our king.
As is my duty as well. In this we are aligned. Good obey.
He's just going to stare at him.
I'm sorry, friend.
You're using that word. I don't know if you know what that means.
As a soldier yourself, you sometimes understand that duty calls for things that you do not want to do. But for the sake of your people, you must. I hope one day that you will understand that.
Like I said, what happened here was not just.
But it was necessary.
That's the difference between us. I will do what is right and won't compromise.
You think I have compromised my ideals?
You twisted words and situations. The narrative that you all wanted. When the simple truth was laid out in front of you.
The king could have had your head. Should be grateful.
There's no difference in my mind between having to do what we have to do now and the death sentence. Both are wrong. we did what the fact that we are being punished for it, blasphemy enough.
Essentially, my king has asked you to do only what it is that you have been doing for the past weeks.
How are we to continue doing this if we are not allowed to leave the city?
There's plenty left to do here.
To continue doing what we've been doing is protecting not only the people in this city, but the people traveling to and from. Those are the things that we have been doing.
Your focus is more on the interior of the city, then.
Does this mean the corruption between the spaces is going to end? You're no longer going to charge those who are poor from entering into this upper district?
If you want to make this right, I have a request.
What is your request?
The king thought that I wanted to deal this money. Simple matter of the fact is, I did want to cripple Lord Kaiji. Plan to hand most of it over to you, and use the remaining to help the citizens that need it, that have been under the boot far too long. If you want us to make a difference, since you are steward, allow for a portion of that to still be used for what I plan. I would rebuild what was burned and help emancipate who have been under the heel. If you want to show that you truly want justice, then let's do what's right.
You would have me change the politics of a city overnight.
I do not deal with politics. I want to help those who are in need. I leave the politics to you because that is your station.
If you want to pretend to be some kind of Robin Hood, be my guest.
I have never pretended to be anything but what I...
But if things were to suddenly change in this city, the people would get wind, and then this would be public. And right now, I don't need chaos. I need order.
How would they know? I am a well-known member of the city who ran the Adventurers Guild. I want to give back to the people for all that I have done.
Then give back to the people. I'm not stopping you.
I don't have the funds and the means. They don't have to know where the money is. I am not asking this for personal benefit. I will get nothing out of it. Do you want to help the people or not?
I do. But I can't be seen doing so.
If I might make a suggestion. As of right now, as I understand it, you want us to be foot soldiers in the field, ensuring and assisting the people. If that is the case, then let us acquire a census, so to speak, of what is necessary for the districts that have been most harmed by the impact of the undead invasions. Once we have done so, we will return this to you, and you can corroborate the bureaucracy necessary to bring those people the benefits and impact that they require.
That would put him in the line of fire that he's trying to avoid.
By
All
his
I'm
own
asking,
Sorry.
all I am asking, my old friend, is that huge pile of gold over there. Let me take one of the chests and put it where it is needed. We have
I'm
plenty of our own money. We are not doing this for our personal gain. We are not keeping anything. I wish to rebuild.
By your own admissions, where you live and where you stay, we're not attacked by any of these things that we've been charged with dealing with and taking care of.
I understand
Those
that.
those are the poorer districts of your city, and as long as it doesn't touch me and affect me, you're fine with wherever it happens, so long as it doesn't come here.
How dare
That's
you?
what I'm hearing. That is what I hear from you. That is what I'm hearing from your king. And
Lagan,
that
that is
we did
enough.
what you have asked us.
Please, calm down.
They
What
are
I
good
am
people, and they
saying.
mean well.
What was that, Mr. Kinwin?
They are good people, and they mean well. Talking to Lagan.
What I am saying is that Korobe can do as he wishes with that money. I have more important matters to deal with. So if you want some of it, take it. Do with it whatever you will.
Forgive me my harsh words, sir. What are your plans for rooting out the corruption amongst your guard?
It will be handled.
I understand that. I am asking if you are in need of assistance in doing so. I can identify the guards that were with the necromancers that we turned over.
Oh, believe me, there is a mighty inspection coming.
I almost look forward to seeing what will happen with that.
I do believe you, sir.
You are not the only one who serves the god of justice, Kurobe. It is only now that my faith has been rekindled. Do what you have to.
Lagan will just go pick up one of the chests that were brought out.
Kurobe's going to go and just throw some of it into the enough loose that he's had buildings and stuff built before. He's going to take a majority of what thinks he would need to basically revamp the slums, help improve everybody's quality of living.
Mm-hmm.
The chest that Lagan picked up is specifically going to Father Masterson's temple and to the rebuilding and refurbishing of the temple.
Mm-hmm.
That was on his plans. Kurobe's itinerary. I have a whole list written down.
I got you, but with General Sarix having said, pick up and take what you think you need, Lagan just went and picked up one of the chests, and that's the only intent he has with it. Anything that's left over will be returned to General Sarix to go back into the treasury. So.
And at this point, the General Sarix has actually started walking off from where everyone is. Oh, unless someone wants to stop him.
Yes. General Sarix, one more thing.
Yes.
About the book.
What about it?
The nature of it is devastatingly evil. And I do not use evil as a light term.
Nor do I.
It is something that can corrupt. And I believe it is it is ultimately what harmed Kita Kaiji. What changed him.
Please be sure to burn the remains of my shirt that wrapped that book. I do not wish it back.
It will be done, but General Serix, there is no mundane means to destroy such an object.
No. Something that powerful persists.
It must be kept in a high security, locked away. Or it must be destroyed by some sort of means. I will take it upon myself to investigate a way to do so, if you will allow me. I will not be interacting with the book, but going into whatever research I can cooperate.
Unless you know a god personally.
I speak to two.
I do.
As in their vessels have come to actually speak with you.
Yes.
I
Ring
can
just-
tell on them.
Just turns to the both of them like, what?
General Serix kind of looks at you like you're a little crazy.
I speak to two
Vanya
of
does
them.
too, just
I speak to two of them fairly frequently. One I would rather not have much communication with. However, she still chooses to speak with and through me. She lays claim to me as well as Melora. But the Raven Queen has marked me as hers as well.
Life and death.
Yes. And I am marked by both.
You have a very troubled path ahead of you.
That I do. And you do as well. As I said, forgive me my harsh words, but if you require any assistance from us in any way, please make it known.
I know how to contact you.
You do.
Let it be known I did not want to serve as your prosecutor.
That I believe.
But this must be kept silent.
As you say, it will not leave these chambers. As the king wishes, I will keep my mouth shut on these matters. This I swear.
Thank you. Because at least that will give me time. And that's all that I ask.
Time is
Forgone.
something we all barter.
Time is something we all have and we all need and have very little for. But I must get to work.
Lagan would bow his head. Thank you, sir.
good luck, General.
Thank you. And he goes to leave the room.
Lagan looks around at the rest of the group. I don't know about the rest of you, but I feel kind of naked. I need to find my hammer.
Yes, and my staff.
I'm pretty sure Zephyr is worried about all of us at this point.
And the guards have started bringing, what belongings you had on your person during this whole thing, and what you had left at the door at the gala. So the only things you don't have are things that you left at Kurobe's house.
Right. So the only things I'll be getting back are my holy symbol and the mace.
Yep.
Okay.
Bonnie does not get anything back. She left everything at Kurobe.
Everything she owns is at Kurobe's house. Okay.
Yes, because she couldn't sneak anything in with that dress.
Nope, not with that dress. That's a very revealing dress.
Yes.
Kurobe,
Yes.
I do appreciate the shelter that you offer. Though, considering circumstances, I stress just a bit that your home might also be under a speculative attack. What happened with Father Masterson occurred under the pretenses of our investigations already in secret. With the escalations that have already transpired, I am expecting retaliation.
That just means we can't rest. Wherever we are, someone should be watching at all times.
That's a good thing two of us don't really sleep then.
Well, you still require a rest. But perhaps not as much as the rest of us. And I would say that we should continue to take these in shifts. Wherever we are, whatever we're doing.
I agree.
I don't
Lagan,
expect... Yes.
I apologize.
No. It's fine.
I hope that you will assist me in investigating how we may destroy this book of vile darkness, as it were.
Both of my mistresses have tasked me with such a thing, so... Of course. One more
I'm
out of
not
my
asking Bahamut if he knows how to destroy it.
Kinwan, have you ever spoken with such a god?
No. I just gained the ability to do so recently and have never used it yet.
I see. New research.
Mm,
And we will conduct this together.
Very well.
Kurobe,
As you speak to Kurobe, he's just over. He's probably taken about 2/3 of what was on the table and shoved it into the bag of holding, and is getting ready to turn. Yes.
you plan to stay. I understand that given circumstances with the party, this has ultimately been a negative for you.
I think I have done some good, and there's still more.
I misjudged you, and I wanted to apologize for that. I was under the impression that you would run. There is a due law that needs to transpire. And if we are to cooperate with justice, then it needs to be on a long-term agenda. It won't happen in a night, and rarely does it. I know it is not ideal. But I also know you are not a coward. Will you stay with us?
Well, finding people that will put up with me is not always an easy thing. They'll get a little bit of a smirk.
Rear nods, and you see that his these aperture eyes adjust in a strange way, and without necessarily seeing it, you get the feeling that he smiles back at you.
I can try to pray and see if I can figure a way for us to destroy the book. You all speak that you have spoken to the gods before. Groby will start kind of undoing the top of his outfit and like let it fall so that he's got no shirt on from the waist up. And you're going to see on his chest a huge burn scar in the shape of the platinum dragon, among a multitude of other scars all over his body and his back.
Yes, I do speak to the gods. The Mistress Melora and the Raven Queen, as I said, both have marked me. Both talked to and through me.
I'll look over at Vanya. Do you remember my story?
Yes, I do.
I'll look down. This is the result of that night.
I see.
I'll look over to Rune. We still have a conversation we need to have about something. But that can wait. We have a lot of work to do.
We know.
All right. So, Lucky Sevens, what do you do?
Go the fuck home.
The god wants to go get dressed.
Yes, go home and get the proper things back on.
Yes.
Get out of the gala clothes. Put on the regular
Nope.
clothes.
Not yet.
Not for Kurobe? What's Kurobe doing?
Kurobe, while we were all dressed up, will excuse himself with from the party and ask if Vanya and Rune would accompany him somewhere.
So Kinwin and Lagon can make their way back to Kurobe's house together, and the other three kind of hold back for a moment and head that way shortly. But they're just making a stop first.
Lagon was planning on stopping by Father Masterson's temple
On the
on
way.
his way to Kurobe's. Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
That's why he still has that chest that he picked up.
Yep.
Well, there's going to be no one there. We have to rebuild it and get people there, so...
But there's some acolytes
Look,
Oh, is there
that you've
acolytes?
yeah,
you've
Yeah.
you've
Okay,
met
I
and
thought it was
seen.
literally just him.
Mm-mm.
That's my mistake.
Yeah, there's
Lagan is familiar with his acolytes, the men that were
there's a
helping
couple of
to
them. Yeah.
lead. Yeah,
You about to make some grown men cry.
quite possibly.
Quite possibly. But yeah, there's plenty of Soul Forger acolytes in general. So
Yeah.
being able to rebuild the temple for the slums is going to kind of make their day, because the ones that used to stay and kind of work around Father Masterson's temple have had to otherwise find other accommodations, and
Yes.
so stopping at another temple that might not have room for them. So, but
Yes.
the 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 Church of the Soul Forger in general is very happy for your donation to be able to rebuild in that area, since it was the only place of worship in that area. So they're definitely very happy to receive funds to be able to clean up and actually rebuild.
Should there be any funds left over from this, let me know. I have promises to keep.
And cleanup and construction hadn't really started yet. It had slowly started to clean out, but things can actually get underway now. And they give you about the time frame, about a month, that things will be back up to a place of worship sort of usability.
I will be around and be in town, and I will keep my eye on this. Thank you very much.
Yep. All right. Kinwin, is there anything you're doing in particular, or are you just heading over to Gurube's house?
Just heading over.
Okay. So Kurube, Vanya, and Rune, where are y'all stopping, Kurube?
I am going to take them to meet a special pair of old people.
Aha. Shale and Bass. You make your way kind of through one of the sort of middle of the town, the middle districts, kind of in a residential space where there's plenty of homes. They're kind of close together on this street, and Kurobe knocks on a particular one, and when he does, what the both of you see is an Earth Genasi who's kind of got the sort of red sand, sort of earthy kind of tone to him. Wrinkles around the eyes are really just look like cracks in the earth, and so you get the sense that perhaps this Genasi is a little elderly. He's got sort of a crystal formation for hair that kind of looks. It kind of looks like a short crop, in a way, with little bumps from the crystal formation, kind of jutting out of his head a little bit. And he gives you a very, very wide smile with those earth crack wrinkles kind of forming in the corners of his mouth. Kurobe. Back again, old boy.
Well, we had a party to go to tonight, and there's no way I would not let Mother see me dressed up in my fight. And I figured it is also time to introduce a couple more of the people I travel with.
Well, your mother's out on a run for to the market. She'll be back any minute, though. Come in, come in. I'll make tea.
No, this time you sit. I'll make tea.
No, I'm gonna get it right one day, and I'm gonna actually do it.
As you wish.
Sit down. And he goes to the kitchen and starts boiling some water. Uh, which as he goes into the kitchen, starts boiling the water on the stove, you see that you see a woman with sort of grayer skin, sort of the same kind of cracks in the corners of her eyes and mouth, uh, and she's kind of sporting a similar sort of like shale stone sort of look on the top of her head that's supposed to be resemblant of hair or something. And she's got a basket with a lot of sort of produce and food in it that she's piled very high, and she looks over as she's coming into the house at you all. Oh, well, I didn't expect you 2 days in a row.
Yes. I'm
And
not
who
going
are
to get
these?
dressed up like this and not come by.
Oh, you do look very nice.
Oh. Here, let me get that from you. I'll go put it away. Vanya, can you introduce yourself? And Rune, and this is my mother.
Vanya and Rune. Are you one of those mechanical men? She looks over at Rune. Oh,
Not quite.
What are they called?
Jax.
That's right. Yeah. I've seen ones kind of. But you're different. You're actually shaped like a person and not just a rolling bot.
Yes. I'm not quite the same, though for all intents and purposes, you may simply consider me as one.
Well, if you're not one, you're not one. I don't know what you are, though.
None of us really do.
He does speak very eloquently, though. Kurobe, where did you find him?
They found me.
Oh. Did he
And
like
I'll
the...
finish putting the groceries away and walk over and give her a hug.
And she'll give you a hug back and kind of give you like a pat on your cheek. You're very pretty. She looks over to you, Vanya.
Not as pretty as you.
Oh, come now.
It's the truth.
I'm old and crackly. There is nothing beautiful about me anymore.
There could be beauty in age.
And you see that Bass comes out and kind of peeks around the corner and says, "See, I told you." Told you. He's kind of pointing at Shale, and she's just kind of waving him off and realizing that he's in the kitchen boiling water, so she probably should go supervise. And she kind of, in a bit of a blush, kind of toddles off into the kitchen to go and help him make tea. And once the tea's finished, and the tea leaves is sufficiently steeped, she brings it out in a teapot with some teacups. She has pulled out a teacup for you, Rune, but then upon looking at you again, realizes, oh, you don't exactly have a way to drink this, do you?
I'm afraid not. I apologize. I'm sure it is delicious.
Oh, you can pretend.
Brune's aperture eyes just blink at her, and he nods quietly.
She just
And,
kind of grins.
If she decides to pour tea for him, he'll try and drink it, but he'll like open up a hatch in his helmet and just pour it in, and you hear like a very empty like a water pouring into a cauldron.
Oh yeah, she does that. She does that, and she does it a couple of times actually, just because she's fascinated by you. But they each of y'all has a setting for tea, and she's just absolutely fascinated by your room. She's almost staring, and she catches herself a couple of times before she's actually reaching out to touch you.
It's quite all right. You may investigate as you wish.
I've just never seen anything like it. It's fascinating.
You were Kurobe's parents.
Oh yes, yes. We've had him ever since he was a baby, but obviously he's not Genasi.
No. If you don't mind me asking, how did you come across him?
Oh well, his mother, she sadly fell ill and didn't make it, and so we were good friends with her, and well, she had nobody else really to take care of him, so we just took him in.
Well, I think you did a good job of raising me.
Well, I would hope so. There was plenty of things that were hardships, but at the same time, I wouldn't give it up for the world. Kurobe is my little boy.
I don't think you'll ever stop seeing me like that.
No. Even though you've got wrinkles and cracks in your skin, too, you're still my baby.
Vanya's just sitting there trying to hide the fact she is giggling a little bit. Just from her reaction to your room to the conversation between her and Kurobe, just...
Kurobe is extraordinarily honorable.
It better be. Because if he was to misbehave, he'd know that there'd be consequences.
He's a good man, and I appreciate everything he has done to help the Lucky Sevens.
Oh, is that what you're calling your little group? Shale kind of looks over at Kurobe.
Sorry, if you were talking to me, someone came into the room.
Oh, well, is the Lucky Sevens what you're calling your little group of friends?
I think that's what they decided to call themselves. I didn't really have any input. They kind of just found me and I got folded in.
Oh. Oh, so they were already a group, and you joined?
Yes, we were.
Oh. Well, that's unusual.
How so?
Well, I don't. It's rude to ask somebody about their personal lives. But I am curious. You all are together.
What do you mean? We are an adventuring company.
Oh, is that what they're calling it these days?
Corey's just gonna start laughing a little bit.
I need to insight check this. What the fuck is going on?
Yes, insight checker.
I'm going to look over to Vanya and just smirk.
All right. Hold on. Insight. Okay, so that's just a flat 15.
Rutan? When she says something like, oh, that's what they're calling it these days, she thinks you're euphemizing. That you're using some kind of euphemism to explain a different kind of relationship.
You see Rune just completely stops. And he effectively just shuts down. And after a moment of like odd looks at each other, eventually he stands up. This was a wonderful meeting. I have business to attend to. He just marches out.
I'm gonna go make sure he's okay.
Thank you for your time.
And she's gonna get up and follow him out, just kind of giggling to herself.
See, Bass comes in, kind of just leans back into his chair, sipping his tea. See, you shouldn't have said anything, dear. Oh, but did I say something wrong? Well, apparently he walked out.
Crowy's just going to be holding back as much laughter as he can, failing miserably.
I don't know what I did, Kuro.
I would let you believe what you thought. We are literally friends. We are a party like me and Mori were. While me and Mori always flirted, there was never anything romantic.
Oh, I could have sworn there was something.
No, we just have each other's backs. We support each other in times of need and work together to get the job.
So none of you?
Well, I think those two might actually be okay. So it's not without the possibility.
Oh.
But...
And here I thought you were happy.
What makes you think I'm not happy?
Well, you've been single all of your life.
Just because I've been single does not mean that I've been lonely.
Sometimes I worry about you. You're old, you're not going to give me grandkids.
Well, I think grandkids would be hard. But I am satisfied in my life. I have been able to do what I wanted, accomplish some great thing. I am not left wanting. The things that I don't have seem insignificant by comparison to what I'm able to accomplish and do.
Well, I guess. I feel like I did something wrong, though. Should I apologize? And go see if they're okay.
They are fine. I just think he didn't know what to think, and for being a very logical man, I think you just caught him off guard and he didn't know what to do.
Well, give him my apologies anyway.
If he
And thank
thinks
him for
you...
humoring me for drinking tea.
Yes, that was amusing.
You should probably go catch up with them.
Yeah. I love you both, and at some point in the next month, we were kind of in the way, on the way by here anyways. I figured we'd stop in. There's one more member that I can introduce you
Oh. Well, I look forward to that. I guess I won't assume that you're a couple with him either.
to. I think that would be a safe assumption. But,
Okay.
sorry for having some fun at your expense. I could have corrected you, but I don't get to get you like that very often.
No, I enjoyed it. You're a little
I'll get up
prankster.
and
You take after your mother.
I'll walk over and give them both a big hug.
And she'll give you a little kiss on the cheek, and then Bass will give you a hug and kind of give you a big pat on the shoulder. Don't be a stranger, boy.
Oh. If I'm ever in the area, you can rest assured I will always come. If you ever need anything, either send word to me or Carthus.
Yes, we will do that.
I'll give them both a hug and I'll go and kind of jog to catch up to Vanya and Rune.
In the meantime, before Karobe catches up with them, Vanya, Rune, you're walking away from the house.
Rune doesn't get very far. As soon as he's about 5-ish feet from the house, he just stops and puts his hands on his hips, and he just stares at nothing blankly for a moment.
It's about that time Vanya would be coming out and just kind of grabbing hold of his arm. You okay?
She has an unusual perception of the group.
He does.
At that, he brings one arm up to his face and just basically holds it, and you see he drags it down as if he's going through a long sigh. I do not know how to process that information.
Slowly. And she's still laughing a little bit. Just.
I will not mention any sort of the calculations I've made in my mind at this point in regards to that. I have left it on a bad impression. I will have to come by later to apologize.
I think we both will. I kind of rushed out after you.
Is that Kurobe's reputation?
I have no idea.
We'll have to be investigated later.
I mean, with how heavily he flirts with his friend, I imagine it might be closer to the truth.
You see something just go across his mind, a realization just occurred to him. I see.
Okay, can you repeat that? Because my computer just decided to derp out and reset everything again.
Oh. You see him make an expression suddenly, as if a realization just occurred. And it's like, just like this huge eye-opener, and he's like, I see.
And it's about that moment that Kurobe is walking out of the house. And Kurobe, they didn't get very far.
Kurobe, I have a request. 2 requests.
Oh, did you want to go on the date that my parents think we are going on? He'll just get a smirk.
I have 1 request. I would like to meet with your parents at another point. I have accidentally made a poor impression.
I'm sure they would both love that. They seem to like you both. And they just want me to be happy. I could have corrected them, but I don't get a chance to pull anything over on my mother very often. She is a very headstrong woman. And any chance that I can mess with her, well, that is a son's duty.
I see that the apple does not fall far.
That was very well played.
I thought you would approve.
A question.
Yes.
And Rune just gets right up into your face with the most serious expression, and in a very low tone, he asks you, how do you flirt?
Did you see me with Mori in the shop?
Hold on, does Vanya hear this?
He's very close. How are you whispering, Rune?
I'm trying to be quiet. Yes.
Trying to whisper? Okay.
And it's almost like a threat, like you will teach me.
Okay. Vanya, that's gonna be a perception check versus I'm gonna say a for whispering something you don't want overheard. I'm gonna say this is a deception check, yeah. Not that you're actually deceiving anyone. You're just trying to whisper.
Give her a better shot at something.
That's gonna be, I'm pretty sure that's like a flat 12.
You wanna know? 22.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Proficiency and perception.
Yeah, she's got proficiency in perception because she's a ranger. They ain't getting anything by her if she's nearby. No, you hear it. You hear it. It's a low, sort of intimidating whisper. But it's almost cute because the words are, how do you flirt?
She hides her face, and it's going a little bit red, but she's also trying not to laugh. And as they're doing that, she's just going to start walking off, just trying to keep her face hidden.
I'll start walking next to Ruin. Oh, you've seen me with Mori. You compliment them. You play around. You tease. You feel out the conversation. You try to make them happy. And he'll go into how like basically a crash course in flirting.
Rune is just like, he's got like his hand to his chin, he's nodding. You see he's got his book out and he's writing down notes furiously. runes out to understand how to get the Riz.
Yes, absolutely.
And the whole entire time, they're probably close enough for Vanya to still hear at this point.
Kurobe's not trying to be quiet.
She's still red, and she is still trying not to laugh at the two of them.
Oh, Kurobe knows. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Kurobe knows exactly what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. he
I'm
does.
going to help. I'm going to help the robot man put the moves on the elf.
Yes. Yes, it's beautiful. Well, eventually, everyone does make it back to Kurobe's house. And I think that's where we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to decide what it is that our Lucky Sevens are going to do for a month. So, I'll be back soon, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Where we left off, our party of Lucky Sevens had been assigned community service for a month to give back to the city of Kombe, since the city is now leaderless officially. Well, the city should not be made aware of such things. So, during the course of this month, this also frees up our our little group to also participate in some things on their own if they decide to do a couple of things. Since they are not really permitted to leave the city, they also have the sort of probation officer, as it were, to check in with from time to time to kind of account for what it is that they've done to help things around the city, as well as kind of for the city to keep an eye on them, make sure that they're not getting up to any sort of malcontent. But since the Lucky Sevens are taking advantage of this as well, they are going to do some things as a group to better the city, of course, but also take some time to enjoy some personal endeavors. So, we're going to kind of go down the list, as there's a couple of items that each of them wanted to make sure that they took care of individually, and maybe an effort that goes alongside their community service efforts that they would like to do as a group. So, starting with Vanya, what are you doing? What are you pursuing as you have a little bit of downtime on your own?
Well, she definitely would have taken the chance to finally catch up with her brother now that, they can't necessarily leave or do anything.
Right.
But she'd probably also try to work on learning some more of the history. Not just behind Kombe, but the world in general. And to try to keep up with what's going on.
Okay. The city of Kombe has a varied history. It's been here probably the shortest amount of time in the country, but it's always been a little bit chaotic, being on the edge of the desert, the edge of the lake, and the edge of the grasslands beyond it. It's kind of in the middle of everything when it comes to different kinds of troubles that could come across it. But that also means that there's plenty of opportunity that's been in the city. So there's plenty of industries that have made their home here. Now that the city's been established a couple hundred years ago. But it's had a couple of lords in the course of that time. The latest one obviously being Kamakita Kaiji, who was probably the most ruthless in the history of the city. And he was a soldier, but then we all know how that turned out. He ultimately became a sort of infatuated with necromancy, as you all have learned, and over the course of time, over the last 50 or so years, had begun a sort of tyranny in the city. And that's when the city really started to have different sort of classes of people. And so it's a relatively new thing for there to be a slums, a sort of separation of financial wealth between the people. And so, with that being relatively new, it might be relatively easy for them to go back to the way things were, as it were. So, that is what you learn about the city of Kobe.
ST,
Yes.
might I suggest one thing?
Sure.
If Kurobe would hear that that's what Avanya was wishing to do,
Mm-hmm.
he would steer her towards his father,
Okay.
who has been collecting maps and books that Kurobe has brought from his travels all around the area.
Oh yeah.
He's never gone too
Yes.
far, but this could be the way that she researches.
Oh yeah. So Bass is definitely a good source of some of this knowledge, uh, as uh, as he has plenty of colorful stories of his travels in the surrounding areas. Um, he's Bass is old enough to know is old enough that he was an adult already when Kaiji came to power. About 50 or so years ago. And so he kind of remembers he and Shale kind of remember what things used to be like when they were younger. But things have obviously shifted, uh, and this is the way things are now, as they've come to accept. And so you definitely spend a lot of time with Bass and Shale, kind of going over the history of Kombe as part of the country of Argel. So you get to know them pretty well.
Yeah. And
they're
thanks,
entertaining.
Yeah, they're very entertaining. And in turn, she would play for them, whenever she was over.
Nice, very nice. It gives you plenty of practice with your guitar, as you've
Or
been
the flute.
and the flute, as they're not the most critical of critics, but it's good to put practice in anyway, because they're just in awe. They don't play any instruments themselves. They're just, oh, you're so good at everything that you do, even if it sucks.
I think they found themselves another kid.
No, they've kind of adopted you, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
They look
And
forward to
obviously
you coming over.
Yeah, obviously she would have brought Zephyr over a
Oh,
few
of course,
times too.
of course. Can't go without
Can't
Zephyr.
go without her little
Her little boy.
wolf.
Exactly. They
Bass
love
would be
Zephyr.
feeding as much as Kurobe does.
Oh yeah, that's where he gets it from.
Yep.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kurobe takes after his mom in some ways and his father in others. And spoiling the pet has always been Bass's job. Alright, so that's item number 1, kind of delving into the history of Kombe. Did you have an idea for item number 2?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. That's definitely a good place to be then. I would say, since there's not really such thing as specialties in D&D 5th Ed, I would say that you can mark on your sheet that you would have advantage learning and or researching things about Kombe in the future, and it might apply to other roles. So
Okay.
So you can kind of take that as a quote specialty as part of your downtime. Let's go to Kurobe then. If Vanya is kind of spending a lot of her personal time doing just the history stuff, spending time with Kurobe's parents, obviously you're going to find that Vanya's over a lot Kurobe over the course of this month.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do for your own personal gain?
Well, he was asked by a certain someone to teach him how to flirt. And while he kind of in his old age isn't flirting as much as he used to. He still takes. I think he would take Rune out to the bars and let him observe him flirting, teach Rune how to dance, and practice with Vanya with his flute to try to get better at just being the center of attention.
Okay. So that sounds more like it's kind of a group effort.
Okay. And for a personal thing, I think he would spend most of his time doing what he told the general. He would be rearranging the slums and building basically like row homes
Mm.
and basically demolishing shacks and building actual places,
Mm.
have local gardens set up that they could grow and harvest food from to help
Mm.
supplement. You know, basically do a full infrastructure rework with the amount of money that he had.
Well, it's going to take a lot more time and money than you actually have, but you
I
can
want to
get
get
the
the ball
planning
rolling.
started. You can get the planning for it started. So you get in contact with some of the city officials that kind of already do similar things um, where they build housing. You know, they build like construction companies, uh, like uh, city planning, things like that. That kind of are kind of expanding from the the entrance to the interior of the city, kind of expanding a lot of that construction outward into the slums. And so you you set forth in helping, you know, where you can, in actually like gathering materials, gathering manpower, gathering uh, you know, different things like that, and kind of work really closely with them for the course of this month to start getting some of those like row houses and things like that actually constructed, um, in spaces where you can actually find space to build things, because the thing about shanty towns is that they're kind of built on the outskirts of cities and built on top of one another, and so it's some of it gets a little precarious, and and so you're just making sure that's, you know, there are things that are well reinforced, and things like that to accommodate, you know, multiple housing on top of it, like multi-dwelling housing, like apartments, like row houses, like things like that.
Yeah.
So so you're spending a lot of time doing that. Was there anything else that you wanted to do yourself?
Um, I would definitely make trips to visit a grave of an old friend, and
Mm.
I would spend time with Amarith since, you know,
Mm.
at least like once or twice a week show up with food or take her to lunch or
Okay. Just
stuff,
kind of
and probably pick up a couple things from the shop.
okay. Just a couple of things that okay, okay. Uh, so just spending some time with people in the city. Okay, and doing the construction work. We'll come back to group efforts here in a bit.
Sure thing.
Uh, Kinwin, what are you doing for yourself personally?
I have two personal goals. I would like to train to become proficient in persuasion
Ooh,
and also work on enchanting my necklace.
ooh, very nice, very nice. Well, there's plenty of people who are very persuasive in this party that, or elsewhere in the city that you could learn to be uh, very persuasive with. And so, do you ask one of your party members, or are you kind of going out in the town and looking for someone to train you in a way?
check the party members if they weren't too busy doing their own thing.
Hmm. So who does have the highest charisma out of the whole party? Or highest persuasion check, I should say. I think that would be Rune.
Highest persuasion? No.
No.
I'm at a -1.
I'm at a 3, and next level I will be even higher.
Okay, okay.
I'm at a
I'm
plus
on-
2.
I'm at a 0, my guy. You're confusing the
Oh.
smarts for any sense.
Okay, okay. Well, it turns out that Kurobe is possibly the most persuasive out of the party. You observe him possibly as he's teaching Rune how to flirt, because that's a thing that's going on between all of the party members. You're observing him. You're kind of stroking your beard at the same time, because it's kind of observing, and as a result of observing and kind of mimicking the sort of tone of persuasion that that Kurobe seems to have. You kind of kind of imagining you're following them like a little lost puppy a little bit. You're just kind of tagging along in some of these attempts to teach Rune how to flirt. So
It's just like furiously writing everything down as they go along.
Yes. Oh yes, Rune is taking absolute gobs of notes, and you, Kinwin, are just simply observing, in your own way, taking your own mental notes. Let's do a test of this. Let's see how well you're actually able to put forth this this teaching effort. So go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Me or Kurobe?
You, current Kinwin. To fall on the floor.
Plus 2. 21.
21? Nice. Very nice. So, observing Kurobe observing Kurobe and Rune, you've taken some mental notes yourself. And so, you put it into practice. You convince, successfully, a lady of your choosing, or man, your choice, to go on a date with you. You seem to have successfully been able to persuade them to go on a date with you. And so you can choose to make that simply a platonic date, or if you're actually wanting to have any kind of one-off romance or something of that sort, you have that ability. You have been able to successfully persuade them. But I would say that is a good sign. You have taken some good notes. You can now mark yourself as proficient in persuasion. And the other thing you were wanting to do is enchant your necklace. So, what enchantment were you planning on putting on your wolf necklace?
I believe we decided 1 magic charge per day, and I would have the choice to use that for either the first level spell, Animal Friendship, or Speak with Animals.
Okay. So single charge of either Speak with Animals or Animal Friendship. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I would say a once per day is a relatively easy, and both of those are a first level spell, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's fairly easy enough for you to do, and the month is plenty to be able to do that. What materials do each of those require? Do they require materials? or are they just verbal?
Friendship requires a morsel of food. Speak with animals does not require any materials.
Okay. So in the case of that, what you do is you prepare for being able to enchant this. You prepare some really good food that you think that Zephyr would absolutely adore. Like this is falling off the bone, sort of like rack of ribs from a sand dog or something, and and you prepare it in this fashion over the course of a couple of days. So you prepare these meals very very uh, very good, and then in the course of preparing these meals, you I'm making Black Wolf hungry. In the course of these meals, you're you're initiating some prayers to be able to put those spells into this necklace, and animal friendship and speak with animals. You have your choice of casting either one of those once per day as part of your necklace now. This necklace does require attunement, so it does take an attunement slot for you to do. So go ahead and mark
Alright.
yourself that you have an attunement slot now that you're using with your necklace. And I'm going to consider this a rare item. So you can add the rare rarity, add once per day charge, and you can cast either animal friendship or speak with animals with it that once per day. So, Kinwin now has a fancy new magic item in his possession that he made himself.
Oh, and lastly, for my community service,
Hmm.
I wanted to help out with the ranchers, the
Ooh,
farmers, or the medics. That would be the areas where I would be most helpful.
beautiful. Absolutely. They love your help. They are absolutely just especially the farmers and the ranchers. They're absolutely uh, enthralled with just how easily you can uh, you're helping with wrangling cattle, you're helping with producing crops, you're just a natural at it all, and so that's easily done. They love you for it. uh, Rune, what are you doing for your personal stuffs?
The primary thing that I promised General Serix was to begin investigating ways that I could, one, destroy the book,
Mm.
or two, contain it.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the primary focus, but of course there is also the matter of following Kurobe and understanding how to flirt.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you are also learning. Kinwin was observing from a distance, and has been able to successfully gain some useful knowledge from it. You can also roll that persuasion check. Let's see how successful you are on the first go.
Oh boy. Oh! 16!
Hey,
He learns quick!
very quick, very quick. And that's perfectly acceptable, especially because in in some of your studies, you do have to be very very persuasive to some librarians to do some of your research, and so uh, that's definitely something that comes in very handy. And you've been taking it on pretty quickly, and so over the course of this month, with that practice and with that successful roll, I will say that you can, if you don't have it already, you have proficiency in persuasion now.
Ooh.
In the case of your other research, however, the 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 book itself, knowledge about it is obscure. It is something that is very hard to find any information about at all. So it's a little tough to find anything related to it. But you do know that what Sarek said does seem to track. That any mundane attempt to try and destroy the book with fire, with acid, with chemicals, with magic, with anything at your disposal here on this plane of existence, anyway, so far as you understand, is it just doesn't do it. Even when you rip pages out and try to scatter them, eventually you find that those pages have suddenly returned. And so you get the sense that this is no ordinary book. Because even you've known you've probably seen a wizard tear a spell out of their book, but their spell doesn't ever return to their book. And so this is something else. This is perhaps something on the level of celestial in nature. With it being the inscriptions from a god that makes, or supposedly, it makes sense.
Celestial. Very well. I will begin learning the language of Celestial. Perhaps there might be a way to determine how to get rid of the book from this realm of existence, at the very least.
I can teach you that language.
Hidden one.
Mm-hmm.
I would be grateful.
Lagan was going to help Rune in the research of the destruction of this book as well.
Okay. Then, in your findings, though, you would find, those of you who know Celestial, you would find that the words inside are not actually written in Celestial. They're written in some other form. The first page is the only page that is written in a sort of common that you can understand. The rest of it is written in a language you might not know. What are the languages that y'all know?
Common and Giant.
Mm-hmm.
Common, Draconic, Elvish, Infernal. Because Vanya would be helping out as well.
Primordial and Dwarvish.
Primordial. Oh my. That's exotic.
Common, Draconic, Elvish.
Celestial, Common, Draconic, Druidic, Elvish, Sylvan.
It is.
Man's a polyglot.
He knows a lot of languages.
And he doesn't speak ever. I can speak to all of you, but I just choose not to.
How funny. But yes, it is not written in a language that you all know. It is written in some strange language you don't know.
This is distressing.
Yes.
But the more you try and attempt to read the text, the more you want to.
Okay, plan B. Yeah, isolate it.
I still have the ritual book of the Fey Lord and Death that I got from that little restricted library I wasn't supposed to be in. Could I check through that to see if it has anything mentioning the Book of Vile Darkness in it?
Oh, what were the books that you had? What were those about?
Ritual book to the Fey Lord and Death.
Ritual book to the Fey Lord and Death. Interesting. That sounds like it would be important. So this particular book that you have absconded with from the Forbidden Library, uh,
I was technically given the book, but the person who gave me the book also wasn't supposed to be there.
nice. But this particular book seems to be, that book is written in uh, Sylvan, because it is written by a Fae, like written on behalf of a Fae Lord. It is more like it has Fae-ish rituals in it, where some of your druid spells make sense now that you've read them in Sylvan, and so it kind of works as a sort of tool that you can use to uh, to uh, to kind of make sense of some things, like some of the spells that are that you may learn in the future. It might, by reading this book, it just kind of makes them make sense. But there's also some notes uh, on maybe some things that's written in Sylvan that kind of pertain to death and the death gods, and um, they don't necessarily mention a book per se, but it does mention things that there are unique items granted to mortals by the gods. Mortals being the Fae, the the mankind, being giants, being dragons, being, beings in the world. That the gods have created items like these for their most devout, and that having such items is like being a god.
ST,
Mm-hmm.
while I was out shopping,
Mm-hmm.
could I have picked up one additional thing?
What was that?
A lead-lined lockbox with a nice lock to
You
shove said book into and throw it into the bag of holding.
you did say that you were going shopping as part of your little personal excursion here, so I'll allow it. It'll be 50 gold.
Copy.
Aside from this, in my downtime, when I am not researching, then ultimately what I am trying to accomplish is education.
Mm.
These people need to understand, one, the world around them. Two, should magical components or properties transpire around them, how to effectively defend themselves. Not just with swords and shields, as those do not work against the spiritual undead, but with the magic, or types of which.
Good places to retreat, good people to be around, and other such things. You are essentially serving as a sort of teacher for the emergency needs of the people of the slums. Okay, that's definitely very good. That's definitely going to give them an advantage when it comes to anything like that happens in the future, to avoid all the casualties.
That's correct. Through Father Masterson's rebuilt temple, I have established a school structure system.
Nice. Very nice. So once you have trained a sufficient amount of teachers, you can then assign them to be teachers for the foreseeable future. And by doing this, as part of your community service, that's definitely going to help out the city quite well. they're definitely very happy that you're spending time to teach them how to avoid casualties during these kinds of emergencies and where to go in those cases. So even even making sure that the acolytes in the area are are well versed in knowing what to look for in 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 people being possessed, in people being harmed, and just knowing what to do in those kinds of emergency situations. And so that's definitely very good, definitely very good. And so in Kinwin having helped you in your research, you now know what's in the book that Kinwin has as well, uh, so that you have that knowledge readily available to you too.
Understood. Thank you.
And then Lagon was also going to help in that research. How were you contributing to that?
Lagan was looking more towards the gods and their guidance in how such things can potentially be destroyed, or if not destroyed, um, protected so that they don't fall into anyone else's hands.
Okay. I would like you to make a religion check.
Okay, I knew that was coming.
Can assist on that.
Okay, then yeah, you can get advantage because Kinwin can help you.
Okay. Advantage.
Since Kinwin was doing a lot of the same himself too, so.
Okay, so 17.
17?
Yeah.
Yeah, you as far as the destruction of the book, you in assisting Rune and in Kinwin assisting you,
Yep.
and y'all kind of working a little bit as a group, off and on together. You are present for the experiments where mundane sources and magical sources
Right.
are not effective. In kind of leaning into the sort of religious aspect. You would have heard, tales of such items like that can't be destroyed.
Right.
Most magical items can't be destroyed by mundane means, but they can be destroyed by magic. This is beyond that. This is
Yeah.
And so with a little bit of a sort of spiritual nudge that you get in that direction, even the Wild Mother fears this object.
Okay.
The Raven Queen also, as you kind of reach out to both of them.
Yeah.
It's more of a wink and a nudge. This is beyond.
This is beyond mere magical. So, while magic items may be destroyed by magic, this is beyond even those. This is one that such should be contained and never allowed to have anyone access.
Contained and forgotten.
Yes. Removed, much as the name of the former god of death has been removed from the collective memories. I do not have such powers, but would share with them what I know, and that the nudges I get, even the gods I have contact and access to fear such a thing as this. And it's even magical means are not necessarily going to be able to destroy this.
If something is created by a god, and there is any chance to destroy it, perhaps that is only known to the other gods.
The ones I know don't have, or have so far been unable to share any such guidance with me.
Bahamut is in the domain of life and war. I thought that he might have a chance of knowing how to destroy it.
I would not know.
To get anything more than to even get a wink and a nudge from any other god that isn't someone that you already have a link to, that is going to require, if you have it, a spell to be able to contact them.
Yep, I got divination.
Ooh. Kinwin has divination. Does Kinwin want to cast divination in this case?
Well, I did not go to the shop yet. I need to buy 2 diamonds worth 300 gold each and just a buttload of incense worth 25 gold.
All right. Well, we can if you want to go ahead and mark off the gold for that, we can consider that that you've spent the cost already for the divination spell. If you want to go ahead and do that.
Yep.
So go ahead and mark off the gold for that, and we'll come back to shopping for anything additional that you want later here in the show. But this might be a little important.
For the control flames cantrip, it says I could affect it in one of the following ways by like expanding the fire or instantaneously extinguishing it. It doesn't specifically say I can do it, but would I be able to use that to like just keep a fire contained to where it is?
Yeah, as far as the incense goes, it burns stable. It doesn't go wild, so it's meant to be, burned at a prolonged rate. So it's designed to already be able to have control on it. Have you ever burned like incense sticks? That's basically what you have, is a bunch of incense sticks that you kind of just light one right after the other for the spell, and spend 25 gold worth of incense sticks and little pouches and things like that.
I plan on doing this outside though.
Yeah.
I don't want to start a forest fire.
You're not going to start a forest fire because a lot of what surrounds you is scrub brush and sand. So scrub brush might catch, but so long as you kind of dig yourself into a contained place, you're fine.
So can I find like a patch of grass nearby a tree?
You can find a patch of sand near like an acacia tree.
I've
Do
always
they have small plants coming out of the sand?
Yeah, like some scrub brush and things like that, like savanna sort of grass, and those kind of trees and things like that. So you can find a good spot.
I will set up the incense with one of the small plants in the middle, in the shape of a dragon's head in profile, facing left.
Okay.
Then I'll go over to the tree, break off a branch, and then put it on top of the plant. Then I'll take out my box of tinders and start a fire. And then Flamme Feoni. Use control flames to set the incense, the plant, and the broken off tree branch on fire.
Beautiful. And so you control you can even so much as control the shape of the flyer with just to kind of give it that sort of look that you're going for. When it comes to burning, you can make it as hot, or you can make it as big, or things of that sort as you want. If you want it to be just kind of like a smoke pile, you could even just leave it just billowing off a lot of smoke, rather than actually catching like big flames or anything like that. So how do you want this sort of incense pile to burn? What kind of makes you?
I can shape the fire into the shape, Bahamut's symbol shape that I put the incense in.
Mm-hmm.
So the fire still looks like the shape.
Okay, that's perfectly doable with control flame.
And then I will kneel down before it. Deween Yarth, I cast divination.
Okay.
O great Bahamut, I, I humbly request that I have the honor of asking you a question.
All right. Does divination have? Let's see. What is the wording on divination? Is it that you can ask one question?
You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. The GM offers a truthful reply. The
Mm,
reply might be a short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen.
mm,
The spell doesn't take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells or the loss or gain of a companion.
mm-hmm. Okay. So, what is your single question?
How can we destroy the Book of Vile Darkness?
You let your mind wander on that question for a moment as your spell kind of comes to its sort of climax in a way. It's the fire that you have lit, while it has kind of this orange glow like normal fire does. In a brief instant, it turns white, and you're blind, as if you've been blinded. And what you hear in your mind is, you cannot. Only a servant of the god may. You take that. You take that to mean you mortals. But you have now gained the attention of the god of justice. And have asked him directly a question, so take that however you will.
Well, that was slightly a helpful answer. We can't destroy it. It can be destroyed, just not by us.
It has already been implied that we are not able to destroy it, and even after many practices and efforts. Experimentation has proven that it is outside of mortal hands.
But not outside of the divine. The gods themselves could probably destroy it. What about another object created by the gods?
Such
Another-
as.
You know of such an object.
I do not know, but gosh, the Book of Vile Darkness is here. I certainly hope items from the other gods are.
This is worth further investigation. Let me inquire at the library to see if I can find further details about artifacts, relics. Even if it is just within mythology, that alone is enough to start. I do not know how to petition any interest or questions or favors from gods. And quite frankly, I don't have any intentions to begin doing so.
They're not all bad.
However, information is useful. I will go and investigate more.
All right.
And yeah, Rune heads to the library and continues his investigations moving forward about other possible items.
Relics, things of that sort.
Yeah, even like you said, even if it's just in like
Mythological.
mythology or such, just having an idea of what has already been accounted for in history is worth investigation. Maybe even worth trying to see if we can find, because if this exists, others might.
It's a very good assumption.
Yes.
Because given what you know about the history of the world as you know it, the gods did war, the dragons and the giants did war, and so there could be relics left behind by either. It's worth a look. So, I have not actually drawn up a list of said items yet, but suffice it to say, you do find evidence that such mythological things, there are stories that pertain to such things, that would be of note to you, Rune, and so you can safely have the notes that you need to be able to find. To be able to find such things. One thing that you do note out of all of that, though, is that the Book of Vile Darkness might not be the only one of its kind from this same god.
Rune doesn't like that.
It's called the Hand of Death and the Eye of Death.
God damn it. How could you do this to me? Oh, okay. All right, I'll play ball.
You find that there's the potential that they exist, at least in story.
And where in story is this? Now I'm asking for the lore, Coffee.
You would find in story, ancient story. This is like a story that's probably been hearsay and edited and all sorts of different things over the course of millennia. But the gist of the story goes that the god of death, Anubis, as he was called during that time, gave his most faithful acolytes his eye and his hand, his left hand. that they might spread his will upon the rest of the world during this War of the Gods. And it hasn't really surfaced since in story.
And what has been utilized to counter these items?
Gifts from Melora, Palor, and Moradin, the Soul Forger. Among other gods, but they are the primary deities who ward against the gods of death, oblivion, and destruction.
Conveniently, we have 2 followers of Melora among us.
It's true.
Well then. I suppose I will have to inquire from them. And see if perhaps they can petition their gods to research this. Or in research. And for a moment, Rune thinks about Professor Cypher. He doesn't want to speak to Cypher anymore. Not at the moment. Because the last time he did, it was clear that he was hiding things. So with that being said, next thing that Rune is going to try and check in on is there's got to be a way to try and protect guards and the different kinds of censorship, like people ensuring the book doesn't get in the wrong hands, like the guardships of that. There's got to be a way to help protect them from any corruption in a magical sense, like a warding circle or such. So,
you do know, as a practitioner of the arcane, that Kurobe's idea about a lead-lined box that he has picked up is perfectly viable for blocking magic in some cases. And so, combined with potentially putting it back in the bag of holding, might actually help protect it, protect the corruption that it kind of exudes from exuding.
So that's the act. Put it in a lead box and put it in a separate universe space.
For the time being, yes.
If we get a separate bag of holding, we can then put it in there, put that bag of holding into another lead box, and just have triple protection.
Well, that might actually explode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting an extra dimensional space inside another extra dimensional space will cause it to explode.
No. I was talking putting the bag of holding into another lead box.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
lead box into bag of holding into lead box.
Oh, you could always stack
inside
that.
another bag of holding. Yeah.
No.
No.
I wouldn't go that far.
No. Rune would absolutely know you don't. You don't mix extra dimensional spaces.
Yeah.
Everyone keeps suggesting it, and Rune just like puts his hand on their shoulder and very sternly, don't.
No.
Bad things happen.
No.
You're pretty certain a person that you knew at some point in your existence lost a hand for that.
Oh my god, okay. But I think I think beyond that, though, for the most part, he's just... I don't really have anything else for the downtime, honestly.
Okay. Well, in that case, then, the group effort obviously was going to be everyone participating in the betterment of the city in some way. Was there any group effort that you were wanting to do outside of that?
I say hunt down the remaining cultists.
Yeah.
Okay.
In stringence.
Well, that might be hampered with us not being able to leave just yet.
There's still some that are in the city though that you could weasel out. So I will make this a let's see, what kind of a check should we do? Because you're kind of investigating for something. Okay, so that's going to be an investigation from Rune or someone else of your choice. Add advantage
handle it.
since you're working as a group.
I can handle it. I have a pretty decent investigation score.
Okay, add advantage since you're working as a group to weasel out this threat.
Okay. All right. Okay, that feels better. First roll was a 3.
Oh no!
Oh no!
And then the second roll was a 16 plus investigation is 6.
How much?
Plus so 16 plus 6.
Oh, 22.
22.
Okay. Easily done. You know what you're looking for. You all know what you're looking for. You're easily able to find where they're holding up, and if possible, and if you wanted to, you could apprehend themselves or point them out to guards. It's your choice. But you are able to weasel out what's left of the what's left of what hasn't disbanded already. So.
Suggest since we're technically on probation, it might be wiser to inform the guards in this case.
Inform Serix and let the guards take care of this.
Yeah.
Okay. You inform Serix of the hideouts that you have found, and these hideouts are then raided over the course of this month, and the rest of the cult has either dwindled to insignificant numbers or has disbanded completely. So you have significantly put a dent in the worship of this old god of death to rest. So, with that being said, you also had the opportunity to do some shopping at Amaris. And so what are you picking up from the list that has been updated?
Ooh. Ooh. Looking at it, Rune has got nothing.
Not really seeing anything to his liking? Okay.
Yeah, I have also not researched any sort of items that would be useful to our party in current circumstances. Let me go ahead and research that. Anyone else got anything?
I know Kurobe wanted to go after the emerald.
Ooh. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just imagine Emerith looking at the party vacantly wandering about the shop. I had a question. Have you ever heard of any sort of materials that might be able to assist with avoiding spells or powers?
In what sense, darling? There's things of resistance. There's protections from being found out. There's what are you trying to protect yourself from exactly? You hear Emerith say to you.
Primarily spells that are able to capture one's, or rather, he thinks about the time that Lord Kaiji just basically exploded everyone. I'm interested in knowing if there are any sort of magical items that can avoid large-scale powers in magic. Things like explosions, fireball.
You're looking for something that might give you a little bit more evasion. I think there's a ring for that. Kind of gives you a little bit of an edge to see something coming when you see some sort of, like a fireball. See something like that coming. It gives you a little bit of an edge in dodging out of the way. Or there's ways to up your mental fortitude or things of that sort. Are you looking to be more dodgy, or are you looking to increase your mental fortitude, or something of that sort? Which one are you looking for?
I suppose more dodgy. As it stands, I'm not particularly quick.
Yeah, being in plate armor, that would be a bit of a troublesome thing, wouldn't it? Spectre, high or low?
Let's go low.
Low it is.
Oh! What?
Luckily,
Oh my god.
Luckily, she has one on her hand. I'd be willing to let this go. She kind of waves a ring on her finger at you. It's kind of a plain sort of gold ring that has a bit of an inscription around the outside of it.
What is the price you would offer?
Well, let's see. Let me find out what that rarity is. Well, it cost me a pretty penny back in the day. It cost me about 2,500 gold at the time, which in today's economy translate closer to 4,000, but I could let it go if you were trading something for less.
I will think on it. I believe perhaps I might have additional time to acquire such funds. I do not wish to pull from party resources for this. I have a secondary question. You know the spell Magic Missile.
Most wizards do.
Is there a wand for such things?
There is, I just don't have one on hand.
I see. If you have the opportunity to locate one, I'm interested in buying several. I have a project in mind.
Okay, let me actually look at the stats for once of Magic Missile. Okay. Yeah, you can have as many of those on your person as you like, because they're not attunement. So she would also she would kind of giggle at the thought of that. Well, they're not very common, but they're definitely handy.
Certainly.
I'll be on the lookout for it, though.
I would be pleased to know if you happen to find one. The project I have in mind, you might find interest in it.
I will certainly keep that in mind.
And that's honestly about it.
Okay. Anybody else picking up something that they haven't already talked about?
That dust of dryness and the drift globe wouldn't be bad things to pick up.
Nope. The drift globe is definitely very useful in dark situations, which
Yep.
may or may not be coming up.
Well, we find ourselves in those quite often.
Don't
I'm
worry.
blind as hell, so
You are blind
it's
as hell. You do not have dark vision.
So the drift globe and the dust of dryness would be things that Lagan would be interested.
Okay. Total of 350 for those. So if you have personal funds that you're going to spend from, you can do that.
How much is the? Let's see.
The dust is 50. The drift globe's 300.
I can afford the dust.
We'll pull the drift globe from party funds.
Okay.
We have enough.
All right. All right.
But,
Drift globe. All right.
All right. Anything else? Are we moving on?
yeah, we can move on.
All right. The month concludes.
We didn't do Lagan's things.
Did we not?
No.
Oh, we didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's my bad. Okay. So, what would you like to do for your personal stuff?
Lagan wanted to get his armor enchanted by Emerith with the lightning resistance.
Okay. Easily enough done.
He was personally going to help with Rune in the research of this book and how to either destroy or contain it.
Which we've done.
And he was going to spend his days of his community service with those that are trying to rebuild, helping them move things, get the things rebuilt, and healing those who might have been injured in the process, as well as helping the clerics of the Soul Forger that if they are in need of good healers. And the group thing he wanted was to work with Lavanya, with Vanya on performing, learning to dance and play an instrument.
Okay. Okay, so that would just be a general sort of performance check, and I think everybody's been kind of looking at each other for some kind of charisma, something or other, for this whole month, and so that's you can either take a proficiency in a instrument, or you can take performance as in proficiency. Your choice.
I was looking at overall performance because he was combining learning how to use an instrument and dancing for.
Okay. Yep, that's
Whoa.
perfectly fine. As far as getting your armor enchanted, that's something
Yes.
you could just have just spend the money, and Amaranth will have it made, and it is completed at the end of the month. And then in researching everything, you kind of get the same that we've been talking about from
Right.
everyone else. That's kind of been the group project so far. So
Yeah.
the group projects being, learning to dance and learning to sing and learning to perform, or
Yeah.
flirt,
Mhm.
whichever's appropriate, and researching this thing. And
Yes.
I will be coming up with a list of artifacts that would be appropriate to the gods that were mentioned. I just haven't created that list yet, so it's we will be on the lookout for that though, because I do need to make those items.
Yeah.
But yes, they would be. You would know that they would be relics from the War of the Gods, or from the War of the Dragons and Giants. There would be probably a good number of things in mythology from from those two different time periods. Um, so be on the lookout for that. But
As I come to think of it, there would be one thing Vanya would be on the lookout for.
what's that?
Something like the Amulet of Health that can potentially help with her health.
Yeah, that hasn't come up in the Emerith's shop just
Yeah.
yet.
Okay.
That
Okay.
that has not appeared.
Yeah.
So for that, you've made everyone else roll before proficiency.
Mhm.
So
Let's see how well you do. Yeah, go ahead and roll a performance check.
17 minus 1, 16.
Yeah, you're doing pretty decent. You're light of foot for as big as you are. Maybe all that trouncing in the snow from back when you were small was enough to give you, an idea of how to be light on your feet and not sink into massive snowdrifts.
Maybe
So
all that heavy armor I wear. Well, and when I'm not wearing it, I move much quicker.
yes, you are surprised. You feel lighter, quite literally, than you have wearing your armor. And as soon as you put your armor on, you're like, nah, now I know it. Now I understand where my issues come from.
Yes.
The restrictive movements of plate armor.
Yes.
But that concludes the activities for the month. And so, what are you setting out to do now, Lucky Sevens?
I don't think this far ahead.
Well, we can think of it for next session, because some of it might be a little contingent on me and what I create for this. So,
I think next session would be good, and we can just like group plan in the chat in the meantime.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
sounds good.
Okay.
All right, a little bit short today, but it's all good, because like I said, some of that's contingent on me and creating some artifacts of myth. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for playing. It was fun.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you got to do some downtime stuff. Since since you were going to be having to do something to better off the city anyway, figured I'd give you guys some downtime activities to get some stuff made, some stuff bought, some relationships forged, all of that good stuff. So,
Oh shit! You want to know who we forgot to check on? Our son.
Your son, Strings.
Strings.
We didn't forget. I was.
That's
I
right. Do we have... There are funds that have to go towards this
Yes.
schooling, right?
Yep. Yeah, because after this month,
we've got to pay his tuition again.
Yep.
yeah,
Mhm.
his tuition is month to month. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know that you paid 1,000 gold towards the first sort of stint for his college.
Yeah, I think it was 1,000 for the first year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is what it was.
Okay. Then you don't have tuition due then.
Not yet, but we still do need to check on his progress and how he's doing before we leave. So he's not forgotten.
Nope, he's not forgotten. He in the time that you've had for downtime, you've caught up with him, and Strings has told you that that he's doing really well, that he is absolutely a natural at at everything that they're teaching.
Good.
That he's learning some new instruments, that he's been having a blast with it. His magic has only improved as a result, and
Awesome.
it seems that everybody likes him.
Good.
So your son is doing well in college.
Oh, good.
Good.
Yay.
Okay, I am level 7 for this before any experience today.
Ooh,
Ooh.
I hit level 7 the last time, so
nice. I have to update cards too, because all of your cards still say level 6.
there is a correction to the armor class. I don't know where it came from. I just saw this with updating the armor. I don't know where this +3 magic comes from. I don't know where it came from. Removing it, armor is 20.
20. Gotcha. Cool beans. Well, we'll definitely have to make that update for you. But yeah, that concludes the session for today. So that we'll pick up next time, where the month of having to stay in the city is concluded, and you all are free to go about your business as you would see fit going forward. You are still asked to check in from time to time, but
yes,
they're willing to at least work with you when it comes to the things that you've done with the city, and the people are starting to just adore you. And General Serex is starting to see that, and the king has obviously gone back to Red Hawk Keep, and that's he's back in his own city now.
I feel like I want to go to Red Hot Keep at some point, but I feel like the king would be just like so exhausted with us. Go there and have eyes on us 24/7.
Well, the whole reason that you even skipped the town in general was for River's sake. So
Yeah.
Yep. River had issues, so there are still things that we can go back there and do.
There is still things that you can go back there and do. There's always things to go back anywhere.
I'm gonna be honest, pit fighting sounds so fun.
River used to be a pit fighter.
Against his will.
Yes.
Yeah.
To be fair, we haven't been breaking into many homes and just rummaging through all their stuff.
We are not murder hobos.
Nope.
We are not.
And this is not Skyrim. No, this is... Somebody will spot you and be like, hey, get out of there.
I have a question.
Yes.
If we do visit Red Hot Keep, I say we come up with secondary characters just for like a session or two, so that we can go ahead and do like the pit fighting or work with our characters directly for pit fighting. But I thought it would be fun if we voted on our own pit fighters that we made separately.
Okay.
I mean, there is the thought that at the end of the end of the series, when we all hit level 20 and the actual story is concluded, that we might do a character battle royale. So
Oh.
Yeah. Nice.
I'm down. I'm down.
So
I'm going to I'm coming after Mordecai. You know this. I'm gonna kick his ass.
hey, you never know. You never know. The Reaper and the Shepherd might actually be there.
Lagan would be interested in that fight.
Mm.
For sure.
Yeah, because that sounds like a fun thing. You don't always get to battle royale your character versus their other player characters in a game of D&D. So,
Yes.
so it's always a fun concept to do that, or because coming away from a big boss battle or something like that, and then for funsies pitting yourselves against each other, just sounds fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so there might be that at the end of level 20. We'll see, because that's a ways away now.
I am very interested in that.
Yep. We've been doing this game for about 6 months now, so
Roughly.
Yeah,
roughly
something like
6
that.
months. Yep, 28 sessions. That's a little over. Well, yeah, about half.
Didn't we start June or July last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that. It's
That's nearly a year now.
Yep. We're only 28 sessions in, though, so it's 6 months worth of sessions over the course of a year.
Yeah.
There's also the fact that, you were sick.
There was a whole month where, there was
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It happens.
So it happens. But,
It happens.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed participating.
Oh, I
It's
loved it.
I loved it. It was amazing. Thank you.
beautiful, beautiful. Did the courtroom scene and did some downtime, so that's what we did today.
I hope Lagan has made some strides with General Serix in that he's not a complete asshole.
Make us persuasion check.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes.
Okay. Lovely. Persuasion, you say?
Mm.
Yeah, I'm great at those.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Proficiency -1.
18 minus 1, 17.
He doesn't like you completely yet, but you're warming up on him.
But he's trying to prove to General Serix that he doesn't think he's a complete asshole and that he's not a complete asshole.
Yeah. So
he's just very pissed and very passionate about what he is.
Oh, of course. Much as General Serix is. It's their flaw.
Yeah.
Exactly. But, yes, thank you guys so much for playing. You guys are great. We're going to do experience now. So I do things a little of my own sort of making here, because fuck thousands and thousands worth of points in experience, because that's just math. I hate it. We do things a little bit more to a style that I like, which is you reach a certain number, you ding a level, you start back at 0. So, and then climb back up all the way to there. So, in that case, means that everybody gets 5 experience for showing up to the table.
Okay.
Since tonight was a little bit of a lighter episode, I'm going to say the additional objectives that you got will amount to 3 experience, because you got through the court, you got through your downtime, and picked up a little extra things, and also committed your community service. So that's That's what you got in doing today. On top of all the proficiencies that you got today. So
Yes.
I'm generous.
Very.
generous. Thank you.
Thank you, kind God. Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank
yes,
you.
you're welcome. And so the next points of experience are going to go to a little bit more RP related, in that we decide who pushed the plot, who had our best scene, and who had the best line. And the last point, you, the audience, get to be a bit of a fickle god and get to decide a little bit on how some of these adventurers progress in their natural sort of sort. So definitely get voting on the audience poll for who was your favorite character for tonight, while we, the cast, deliberate on who had moved the plot the furthest.
I'm going to nominate Kenwin
Mm.
with the court.
Yes.
Initiating the court.
I'd have to agree on that, actually.
Ooh.
I would as well.
Well, that's unanimous. Kinwin gets our plot mover today.
Pinwin, you be wheelin' and dealin'.
Wheelin' and dealin'. Exactly. Well, congratulations on that. Best scene for the night. Let's start with Kinwin's opinion.
Yeah, I'd say the court, but that like involved everyone.
Well, who do you think had the best sort of appearance at that scene then?
Definitely, Rune had a lot to do with it too.
Kinwin thinks that Rune had the best scene for the courtroom.
Oh.
What do the rest of you think?
I kind of want to say Kurobe for taking Vanya and Rune to meet his parents.
Rune realizing they're talking about being in, like, everyone in the party being in a relationship. I gotta go.
That was pretty funny.
Oh, God. I'm gonna give it to Kurobe.
All right, that's 2 Kurobes.
Only because I want to put myself in the row for best line.
Well,
that definitely goes to you.
I enjoyed the scene with Lagan in court.
mm-hmm.
Lagan was empowered, and I felt it.
Yep.
And we're just like, I want you to go off, but at the same time, oh my God, we're about to die.
I'm trying to restrain it, but he is so passionate about how he feels and how the gods are pulling him with this. It's hard for him to curb his tongue.
It's true. It's true.
And you're just Vanya sitting there like,
not
Lagan.
only that, but he's the Negwood charisma. So he's the Negwood charisma character.
Yes, he has no charisma. I mean,
Vanya's
people often
running in one of her boys. Just like, calm down.
People are often angry at Lagan for when he speaks. How dare you?
He doesn't care about how you see yourself or whether you are noble or not. You should comport yourself in the same manner, regardless of how you see your station. And taking care of everyone is generally how he sees things are done, especially with coming from a ship crew.
Yeah.
Yes, the captain generally has a generally slightly better quarters than everybody else, but everybody gets their share.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the way he sees things, and he doesn't care if it's a city or a ship. That's how things should be done.
Mm-hmm.
Not the way he's seen things in Combay. He would rather go back to White Ridge, in all honesty, because of the fairness of how everyone is treated.
Right.
And there's a bit of a meritocracy there. You prove your worth, show that you're actually able to do what you say you're going to, hey, you've got merit. We can reward this. We can keep paying you for this.
Mm-mm.
He doesn't see that in Combe, and hearing what the king said and where General Serix was, and he kind of understands, but he doesn't understand it all.
Yeah, that's fair. Who did we decide had the best scene then? Was that
There was two
It,
for
it
Kurobe.
then
Kurobe?
one for Rune, one for Lagan.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
then, yeah, majority would say that Kurobe gets it. Best line for today. Oh, hi, Fifi.
Rune.
Rune.
I think this is gonna be unanimous.
For what line?
How do you flirt?
Yeah.
It is.
That intimidating whisper.
That's what I was going to offer my hat up for.
Love it.
I had too much fun with that.
Love it. And Kurobe, you actually get the audience favorite for today because Velocity Arrow contributed 1,000 points to give it up to 2.
Aw.
Yeah. Thank you, Velocity Arrow.
guys.
Thank you for doing all the things. We are so very much love that my cast loves this game because you guys are great. Thank you all out there in the audience for your participation and for just being
showing
here
up.
and for showing up. Yep, you guys are the the chatting support that we see here, kind of up in the corner over there, and so you guys chatting and interacting and things like that makes all the difference. We are 14 followers away from 500, so if you know somebody that you think would like my content, either for Rebirth or for the VTM games, definitely shoot them a link. And the best way that you could help this channel grow is by sharing links in Discords when and where I don't. And so I am often forgetting when it comes to actually posting when I'm live. So that's something that I forgot to do this week, is actually post when I went live. But when you
How dare?
indeed. When you and the audience, might be at a part of Discords that that you might think that would like our content, definitely share links when we're live, because that's the best and freest way that you could actually, show support for our channel, aside from just following. And so that helps a great deal. If you're on YouTube and you have found us miraculously for whatever reason, as a result of the YouTube algorithm, I hope that you would come over to Twitch and give a follow too. That we go live and you can watch the story unfold live on Twitch, or you can continue watching the VODs. Either way, it is absolutely absolutely great that you guys out there that do that, because that also helps this channel grow. And we're about I have a subscriber goal up there that when we reach 50, we're going to get more emotes. So if we hit 50 subscribers, and when we hit more subscribers, we're going to have more emote slots to be able to get more of those. But the benefit of subscribing is the subscriber emotes. So you get a couple by following, but you can use the subscriber emotes anywhere else on Twitch, and you can even use your Twitch Prime if you have it. So, but yeah, we definitely appreciate the time that you guys have spent with us, kind of meandering around in this particular game today, as it was a little bit slower of a session. But not every session has to be a boss fight.